health. We just started December like a grasshopper again. So the triple Q finally is just reached a new all-time high, 2 for the year. So seems like traders that this strength of the bulls is not stopping at all. But not I'm not talking about the Bitcoin actually, only the stocks, because I've just seen the Bitcoin. It's pulling back quite hard at the moment. I'm just checking it. Just a second. It's down to 93,700, and on the daily chart, I see quite of a strong bearish momentum to be formed here, which is an inverted cup and handle. So actually, that looks like that the Bitcoin is missing the bullish sentiment for today, and I have a feeling might it will have a an impact on the stocks, but definitely for coin, Kevin. Yes, I completely agree with the coin, and I'm going to put it on my short list actually, as I see Scott's list is out already. Okay, guys, so I hope you had a beautiful green day yesterday. Quite interesting start of the day, but after that, if we just check the S&P 500 in the 5 minutes chart, you can see that it just made a very nice higher high, higher lows. Triple Q was much stronger, actually. Microsoft was one of the leader of the strengths here, by the way. Triple Q was extremely strong, and as I've told you, it's just reached a new all-time high for the year. And the other one, which I've seen, it's SMCI, of course. It's just got another good news. So it's up already 4%. So traders, definitely it's going to be on my long list, as I see it's on Scott's list as well. Hi, Scotty. Good morning. Hi, Tara. Good afternoon. I met you yesterday. I hope you are doing great. Okay, guys. So let's see what are the headlines all over. Not too much happened. Well, some especially stock related news like X, United States Steel, as I see it on Scott's list as well to the short side. A reason why it's down because on Monday, Trump was talking about might to ban this takeover thing again for the United States deal. So he wants to reject this deal actually from the Japanese company. So this is still not a done deal, and definitely that was not a good news for the X. But we are just going to go through the news. I mean the company related news. Well, however, now the SPY triple Q pre-market, it's a bit on a no man's land, like not a huge move, neither to the upside nor to the downside. As you can see, triple Q, it's quite of consolidation in the pre-market, small intraday candle starting under yesterday's opening price or closing price, and definitely under yesterday highest price. It does not mean that it cannot get another trigger and push higher, because as I've told you, this bullish sentiment is quite still very strong on the market. Also, traders, for today, we are starting. Yesterday, I was talking about that the spotlight is going to be mainly on the economic news and on the labor market. Today, we are starting the bunch of news. First news is going to be the Georgia job openings at 10 o'clock. So please be careful of that. Tomorrow, unemployment claims coming with a bit more news. Oh no, it's still tomorrow is still Wednesday. So sorry, ADP non-farm employment change coming tomorrow, and ISM services PMI. Fed Chair Powell speaks as well at 1:45 p.m. and Thursday unemployment claims, and Friday is the big day for the labor market news with unemployment rate and the non-farm employment change, which is very much awaited and watched by the Fed. Also, so far, a very pleasant surprise from the FOMC member speakers of yesterday. Today we will have two speakers as well, but yesterday, both Waller and Williams, they just expressed their, let's call it optimism towards to the rate cuts and the inflation. The speed of the inflation still it's okay, according to their speech. Today there will be another two people here from the FOMC members. Kugler going to speak at 12:35 p.m. traders, and just 15 minutes before the close at 3:45. Goolsby going to speak, so please be careful around that time. But those job openings for sure it's going to impact the market price action at 10 o'clock. And seems like maybe the triple Q knows something already, or the market knows something already because we just started to go a bit lower, as you can see. Let me just check the SPY too. How does it look like? Wow. Okay. So now we are in a small red in the pre-market, but still not under the pre-market close. All right, traders. So these are going to be the news for today. I mean, 3 news, job openings, and 2 FOMC member speakers. Regarding the rest of the stock exchanges of the world, Asia and Europe, both of them made a very nice green move to the upside. Reason for that, it's mainly again, as I've told you, new all-time high on SPY and especially on the triple Q. Dow quite of weaker today in the futures, by the way. It's in the small red at the moment. The rates, the 10 years rates are going a bit lower, by the way. And on the dollar index, I've seen a small pullback, but still over this $106 at the moment. And Trump just made an interesting, let's call it, threat towards the BRICS countries. As you know, it's a BRICS meeting now. And he told if they want to ditch the dollar, then they will just imply some tariffs towards the BRICS countries. So that was an interesting, again, threat from Trump towards these countries. So he wants to defend the dollar, of course, to protect the dollar role, indeed. Okay, guys, so these were the biggest news as I've seen. Let me just check quickly the international news. And one interesting news is around Microsoft, which was a really strong stock yesterday. I don't know if you've seen it. It was a crazy, crazy mover. As far as I remember, DVG called it. But I don't remember, right? I know MSTR was a beautiful trade there, indeed. So Microsoft faces a $1 billion lawsuit, guys, for overcharging rival cloud firms' customers. Ouch! That can be painful for the big giant tech giant. At the moment, yeah, definitely it's down 0.76%, and actually might because of that fact, I'm going to call it to my short list. So you know what? Let's just start the list. And please, if you have any great candidate for the list, please just let me know. I'm going to start with long, definitely. And as I've told you, SMCI is going to be on my list for sure for today as well. Short side, I mentioned UX and Microsoft, and I will have a secondary list. Hi, Ty. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Okay, guys, now let's see the big movers here. As I mentioned, we have some upgrades, some news, some earnings stocks like Credo and Zscaler. But let's just start with United States Steel, US Steel, which symbol is X, is just tumbling 7% after the President-elect Donald Trump said late Monday he will block the purchase of the steelmaker by the Japan's Nippon. So that's why X is tumbling again after a nice attempt for a recovery. On the daily is just down again on this $38 level. I'm going to be suspicious though here because of the fact that it's just touched the 200 EMA, and this still can be a quite of a strong resistance on the 38. But I agree with Scott that it definitely can go to the short list because of that ugly news. AT&T, the cell phone stock climbed 4% after saying it anticipates more than $18 billion in free cash flow in 2027. T laid out its 3-year vision on Tuesday, which includes plans to double its fiber internet availability and enhance its 5G network. Nice future ahead of T. Also, this is not a big mover, not my ultimate favorite stock. I'm just going to move it to the secondary list at the moment. XNX Enterprise is the next one, which is a bit pricey though, but up because by policy department added almost 2% on an upgrade by the Morgan Stanley to overweight from equal weight. So let's see how Exxon is doing in the pre-market volume, especially which I am interested in, because if it's not strong enough, I'm not going to be that happy. What is Exxon? Okay, I cannot see this stock. Wait, you know what? I'm just checking here on the CNBC level. Okay, $647, but I cannot see the pre-market volume actually. So this is something which I still need to check because what I've seen. Oh, sorry guys, my platform is just stopped or stuck a little bit. Let me just check my other one. Just a second. Maybe here I can see something. Exxon Enterprise. No, I do not have the detail here. I'm going to put it to the long side, but be careful with this stock because I assume it can be a bit spready, at least based on the price, which is quite pricey, $645 at the moment. So let's be careful with that one. Next one in the list to check is going to be, let me just check it. Oh my goodness, what it is doing here? Wait, traders, I think I just need to restart again my screen share. Some Novia doesn't like my PC. I just noticed actually. It just doesn't like my PC and my lots of monitors actually. So let me just restart it if I can. If not, I'm going to ask the help of Scott or Clifton. Just a second. I try to finish it here. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm on the track now. Hopefully. All right. So I just put it back. Sorry for this glitch. Okay, I think it's going to work now. Perfect. So the second monitor, it is on at the moment. All right, traders. So actually, I'm just going to continue. Hopefully, it's not going to froze again with the next one, which I quite like. It's Upstart. Upstart had a quite ugly pullback yesterday, but now UPST just got a nice upgrade from Redburn Atlantic to a buy upgrade, by the way, which is a quite strong upgrade. That's why I'm going to put UPST to the long side. In the meantime, SPY and the others are just going back a little bit as I see still, but UPST looks like as a great long candidate list. At the moment, it's up almost like a percent, so it looks great. Next one coming, Credo Technological Group, which is up 33%, huge mover. Reason for that, earnings. So CRDO can go to the long list. Also, it's a bit too much for me with the 33%. But in this very, very strong bullish market, we could see definitely that the bulls are unstoppable. So let's just stay with them and go with it if it's going to give another opportunity to join. Zscaler was not that quite lucky with the numbers because it's down more than 6% at the moment. So ZS can go toward shortlist. Zscaler, the cloud security company, forecast for the fiscal second quarter revenue nearly matched analyst estimates, sending the shares 7% lower in early trading. However, it reported a better than expected adjusted earnings and revenue in this fiscal year. I think the between the lines, the stockholders are still a bit disappointed with the ZS. I'm going to call it to the short side, but I'm going to be a bit careful with this one. I don't like the mixed news on a stock. Also, it's definitely mixed news. Pre-market volume, okay. It looks like for more for continuation. Also, I want to see the stock under the pre-market lows. That would be actually a great trigger to take it for a short, like around this 192, something like that. But let's see. We are going to follow it for sure to the short side. Okay, what else? DVG list is out as well. Thank you, DVG. CVX, SLB, short Tesla. I completely agree with your Tesla short, and I'm just going to put it there. Yeah, actually, poor Elon. He's $56 million package is just rejected. So this is hurting Tesla and Elon. So Tesla can go to the to the short side because of that. Martins, hi, good afternoon to you. Please stick to the setups, what we were talking about in the morning. David, good morning to you. Okay, so X, Microsoft, ZS, Tesla to the short side, and we still have a little bit more to go here. UPST to the long side, as I've told you. CVS Health is here with some good news. Deutsche Bank upgrade. Actually, this is a buy upgrade from a hold. This is a quite of a strong upgrade traders, and CVS can be a quite of a great mover. So I agree with the guys. We definitely should get this stock to the long side. I like this bull flag on the daily, which completely broken. No, not yet. Actually, 60 point. What was the high here? No, it hasn't broken yet. So if it's breaking this 60.50 again, that can be a quite good mover for today, guys. So CVS, it's definitely a great long candidate. I would be happy to see a little bit higher volume because it's just 73,000, but let's see if it can go higher at all. And I was talking about the super micro here as well, SMCI, that after this big move, which was higher 8%, it's or 29 on Monday. It's just higher now, like something like 4%. And the reason why SMCI again it's moving to the north, and I'm just going to tell you, then a special committee of board directors said it found no evidence of misconduct nor any substantial concerns about the integrity of Supermicro's senior management or audit committee to their commitment to ensuring that the company's financial statements are materially accurate. So the reason why it tumbled like crazy now it doesn't make sense, seems like. So the company's name kind of cleared. What does it mean? That this can definitely go higher, traders. So SMCI, maybe not today. I don't know. I'm a bit concerned about this big Bitcoin drop, actually. But so far, the US stocks and the exchanges are still holding near to the zero. This is my only concern regarding this big bullish sentiment, what we have seen during the last weeks, months, actually, not just the weeks. Again, I'm going to keep an eye on the Bitcoin coin for sure to the short side, as I mentioned you, and especially on the Microsoft, because this is quite of a bad news can be for the Microsoft. I'm just checking it again. How does it look like at the moment? It looks, for me, it looks like it's a continuation, but don't forget, even this was quite of unfavorable news for the company regarding the lawsuit. But yesterday it was extremely, extremely strong. But let's just keep an eye on the Microsoft to the short side as well. I think that's it from my side. I wish you a beautiful green morning as always, and green continuation as well. Also, what I would like to highlight again, 10 o'clock George job openings, guys. Okay, 10 o'clock George job openings, which is going to definitely impact the market price action, plus the 12:35 speech of Kugler, okay, FOMC member speaker, and that's it for today. So have a nice green day, everyone. See you in the guidance room. If you just hop over, I'm more than happy to see you there. Anyway, I'm going to see you.
Traders, top of the morning to everybody, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room, and welcome to a wonderful Tuesday, second day of the week. And here we go, launching here yesterday. Just 3 trades in the morning, 2 winners, 1 loser. Snuck out a decent green day. Today, tell you what, futures a little flat for me this morning. And as we get into the day today, we'll be watching that and watching for direction as we launch this Tuesday in the greatest trading room on the planet. Thank you for joining us here in the room. Thank you for joining us on YouTube today. And we certainly appreciate your patronage and coming into the room and contributing. And that's how we grow as a community. You know, we're a select community. We don't let everybody into the room, just anybody. We screen, we talk to, we also ask questions about those that are joining us. We appreciate you posting your trades, doing your part to help everybody along. And we're going to get into this market today. Talk to you a little bit about where we're going, talk about some trades, and get you squared away for the day. Thank you to Aggie for teeing us up this morning, getting us prepared for the day. Doing a great job each and every day here. And if you're in the room and you're looking for a funded account and you're not in the US of A, click on Aggie's name or leave her an email. Clifton's got her email address right here in the room. You can text or email her and get the input on the funded accounts package. All right, here in the US of A, not available. Let's talk about these markets. We're going to start off with Asia in the overnight session. It was green across the board for Asia last night in the overnight session, and the Nikkei just killed it, up 736 points, almost 2%, 1.91%. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 196, that's 1%, and the Shanghai and China up 15, and that's about 0.44% ahead of it from the day before. Europe green all across the board and still in session. German DAX up 17, FTSE in the UK up 67, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 22. All 6 markets that we track globally are up, putting pressure to the upside here in the US of A. But we've got a little bucking of the trend, a little pullback, I would say, from the real nice day that we had yesterday on the NASDAQ. Dow futures down 19, S&P futures down 4.25, and the NASDAQ futures down 54.75. I would call it negligible. I would call it almost flat, but we are going to open up to the downside here. So we'll watch that as we go. Oil's down $1.03, down 1 point, or up 1.03 to 68.13 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch today, well, I'll tell you what, up $17.70, 26.7620 per troy ounce. I predict we hit that 2,700 here before the end of the year. We'll see that on gold continuing to do great. Silver's up like 60 cents, which is up almost 2% here. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up as well. Big news here, BlackRock expanding it in private credit, buys HPS investment for $12 billion. Banks hitting credit card users for higher rates in response to regulation. That may never happen. And then Dollar General and Dollar Tree in the news. They're not reaping the benefits of shoppers yet this Christmas. We'll see what happens there. And that's really about it. South Korean president declares an emergency martial law accusing opposition of anti-state activities. Nothing big there for the markets here. So that's really about it. We're going to stand on our own. We're going to see if we can get out of this red rut at the open today, and we'll see as we get going today what happens for us here. So, all right, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room, and then we'll plug in some stocks, get you prepared for the day, and we'll take a good look at it. Kev, good morning to you. Itay, good morning. Martins, good morning. David Orlando, good morning. Clifton, what do you say? Good morning to you, my friend. Steve, Scott V, good morning, and thank you for coming in today. We appreciate that. Jim, good morning. Let's talk some stocks this morning here, get you prepared for the day. First one out of the gate, SMCI. I think this stock will continue along. I had some other great news today, actually, that Aggie had gone over. SMCI long this morning at 44. Post that one. And that one is, let's see here. There it is. They changed their the governing board here to watch them, and then it comes back and it says here that special committee of board of directors said it found no evidence of misconduct nor any substantial concerns about the integrity of Supermicro's senior management or audit committee. So, you know, where there's smoke, there's fire. That stock got beat pretty bad. Now they're discovering that there is no fire or smoke. So we'll see what happens here. So SMCI long at 44 this morning. Tesla short at 350. We'll post this one. Aggie had mentioned this as well as DVG. Tesla short at 350. Break down to the downside. We'll see if that lasts on this Tuesday. Also, UPST right here at 68 on the long side. This is UPST. UPST long this morning over 68. There we go, 68. There we go. And then one more this morning. I'm liking the CLSK. It's not a big enough mover for me. So we're going to go with the CRDO over 65. Actually, we're going to post it at 64.50, and then the ad is going to be over 65 bucks. Okay, so that'll give us what, 4 to choose from this morning. Be on the lookout. Remember, yesterday a bunch of patients helped us out because we were just waiting for the right opportunity. Right opportunity came, we took it, and we continued to have a nice profitable day yesterday. Just 3 trades for myself. I like to trade between, say 3 and 6 trades each day. The less, the better. No problem. All right. We're ready to go. We'll get DVG in here. We open things up in about 3 minutes, get his take on the market, his take on some of the stocks, and we should be good to go. I am watching the triple Qs this morning. I'll pull this right over here so you can take a look to see what I'm looking at here. We're going to open up a little down. We'll see if this gap gets closed and we start to move higher based on yesterday, maybe a continuation, maybe a small pullback day, but we'll watch that all together. Okay.
Morning, Scott. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. I hear you perfect. Sounds great this morning.
Right on. Well, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Look, yesterday, putting in new all-time highs. Fantastic news there. We're seeing markets broaden a bit. That said, I've been kind of bearish into the tail end of this year. Not saying that we can't move higher, right? I mean, obviously we did yesterday, but fundamentally, I think we're going to see some of this mega cap, large cap subtly pull back. So I'm looking at names like, I'd say in little bundles. So watching like ABGO, MU, Qualcomm kind of as a bundle together. What do they do collectively? Watching ABGO break down this morning, I like it to the downside anyways. Tesla is in the news. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a hop here at the open and begin a short position. We know that 352 to 353 level held up really well yesterday. We saw a big push. In fact, we were talking about that live, like, hey, around that 353.5 or so, it was like, hey, if you wanted to get bullish, now would be the time. And it pushed up to 360. So an incredible move to the upside yesterday. But if you saw right towards the end of the day, we really started to sell off and push that limit out, that 352 level. So again, we know there's some big support there at 352. We'll be watching that like a hawk at the open this morning. We'll probably bounce a little bit higher. But if it doesn't hold, I will be kind of one direction today, and it'll be to the downside, looking for names in that vein, watching coin as we open, the Qs as well. As you guys know, I like to use put options on the Qs just as kind of a hedge. Today, it'll be more of a catalyst. I don't think certain names like, say, for example, Meta, I think Meta's going to try for 600 more than likely today. But again, I think that any pullback that we see today is healthy. I don't care if it's 1%, 0.5%, it doesn't matter. It's hard to go counter trend when we're pushing, new all-time highs here in the market. That said, we are coming into tax harvesting season. So I'm going to just be cautious, keeping an eye on oil. Oil's on the move. So I'll be watching CVX this morning. I like this 162 level. We're up at 163. Also SLB, I'll probably hit this thing right at the open and start building a swing position in SLB as we head into the tail end of the year. Zscaler in the news. Again, earnings not so bad, right? They beat top and bottom. That said, their forward guidance not looking so great. They're talking about replacing their CFO. So kind of worth noting. Maybe we bounce to this 198 level, 197, and then maybe head lower. So keeping an eye on those names this morning. And we are open. Good luck today.
Yep, we are open, traders, and again, we're opening down to the downside at the start here this morning. We're going to find out if these markets can stand on their own today, and we'll watch and see. SMCI with a pullback now will be 43 entry SMCI, so we're going to keep an eye on this. If it goes through 43, go ahead and take that 43 number and run it higher.
Perfect.
Hi,
I'm gonna go ahead and
Scott.
start
DVG.
Yes, here.
Traders.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
How you doing, Amir?
What's up?
Hey, Amir. Good morning to you. Welcome back. Hope you're doing great.
Very great. Your nation is always good to me, Scott. Always.
That's always good. Yep.
Yeah. Like US.
Decent weather too, right?
There was sometimes, zero, but who cares, We are tough traders. We put more clothes, we take them off. That's it, Not.
Yeah.
It's not an issue. Not an issue. Watching SMCI, I'm watching X, I'm watching ZS for the
Traders.
open, and I'm watching even SMR. SMR, both
I am
sides.
long SMCI. Long SMCI. I'm going to add to it over 44.50. Go full share size 44.50.
All right, we're in on the Tesla trade. We're in on the Zscaler trade.
Welcome to everybody
Like
on
it's-
YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us. The SMCI 4450 full share size. 45 is my target on SMCI. Where's the short this morning, DVG, on Tesla?
What's that?
They're coming
On
in
Tesla
now.
or?
Yeah. What do we take
I
this
mean,
thing short? I was saying
353 is kind of the, let's see what it does there. I have a feeling we're going to pop higher before we go lower from here. But I don't know. I mean, I already started my position at 352.10. It's kind of where I started. So if we start seeing a breakdown under 352, I'll hit this thing with full size. In fact, here we go. I'm going to add right here. Under 351.5, I'll add even more. Here we go. Just added a little more. And then under 351, I'll hit it for another half share or half size.
Yeah, and like I said, 350 would be a nice move lower here. CLSK at the bottom here, just watching. SMCI, target 45 on SMCI. That's the only thing I'm in right now is SMCI long.
Right here, coin, short.
Q's overall market still pointing down.
Coin. Here we go on Tesla. We should get it here. I'm watching AVGO now as well.
Take a look at AVGO here.
Want to see what it does here at the close.
Okay,
Watching,
target hit on SMCI. Did not take the partial here, SMCI.
All right, this should be the move on Tesla. If it doesn't, I might have to trim up. But
Market's starting to turn. Here comes SMCI. Target just over 45. I will come out about 3/4 of the share size here on my only trade of the day, SMCI. AVGO, no volume at all.
ZS 196.50.
Here's Amir's ZS trade right here. ZS.
yeah, I started the ZS trade.
Going long ZS. Yeah.
But I'm short it right now, actually. Yes, but again, it could be wrong. Tesla now moving against. Don't like it.
You need to give it space if you are in there. There is like an $6 ATR. So yeah.
Trying to be patient on me. I don't mind the entry. I mean, I'm just dancing in and around kind of my entry, but we've been adding, and I want to see a big breakdown on Tesla into the 340s. And if we do, I have a feeling we could go low pretty quick. I'm going to add the ZS here under 197.
Come on, SMCI.
There we go. We're in adding to ZS here.
I missed
Half share size.
the boat on ZS. Still long SMCI, full share size. Look at NVDA, non-stop, right?
Mm-hmm. Tesla. Trying to be patient. This one's gonna hurt here on Tesla.
X looking good. I'm trying to watch it. I have an idea for a scalp over 38. I don't have a stop yet, but it's kind of coming into my mind. And
Barely hanging on to Tesla. Might be forced to trim. I'm going to keep an eye on it.
SMCI target 45. Just be patient with the trade. Might join you on the ZS trade. I want to see if it gets up to 200, and then I'll take it back down through 200.
when you try a scalp on X above 38, it has to be fast. And only 30 cents stop. I don't know if tons of institutional, still a little bit under VWAP, but it's kind of basing. ZS not yet there, but definitely the 196.50 is pretty cool.
Okay, here we go. This candle should tell us where we're at on the SPY and the Qs. Obviously, I'm wanting things to break down here. We should see it here on the Qs. Seeing some order flow move in. If Tesla breaks 352, I will add half share size. I mean, I already got a pretty big position, but let's see what happens here. Definitely don't want to see it move against. And then ZS, same kind of thing. Like if I see a 197.5 print, like basically break under the VWAP this morning, I'll hit that thing again.
I like the ZS short. SMCI going to take me out here. 42.50 will be my stop loss on SMCI.
Shout out to Paul. We're doing
42.50.
Tomorrow expiration 510 puts Qs. I'm going to load up on them. We got in at 72 cents. 510 strike. Basically, it's going to be quick. So I'm going to risk about 180 bucks on this thing. I've got 10 contracts. If we break the low of day, low of session on the Qs, I will add more. I don't know how many more, but and if not, just get out of the way.
Scott,
ZS spread is very tight.
Scott, SMCI low pre-market is 42.37.
Yeah, 42.
Yeah. So if you are still there, that's the area. It could bounce from there.
Also, fair warning, if you guys hear some snoring in the background, I apologize. My dog is hanging out with me in the office today. He's a little sick. I'm just keeping an eye on him. So if the snoring gets too bad, just let me know and I'll go on mute.
ZS still looking great. Same stop and trigger. I join you in SMCI, Scott. 43.50.
Uh-oh. Could be in trouble here. I'm watching Tesla for the breakdown, but right now it's looking more like a bullish move here. So need markets to participate, but right now those are also looking like they're trying to push higher. So definitely feeling like I may be on the wrong side of the trade. So just being patient here. I will hit Tesla under 352 pretty heavy though. And then if I get these put options anywhere around, call it 70 cents, probably double my size. I'm just worried about a tape bomb right now, y'all. It doesn't mean that we're gonna, sell off and oh man, apocalypse collapse. No, none of that. It's just saw a decent push higher yesterday, but it wasn't a full blown breakout. So is it buyer exhaustion? That's kind of what I'm thinking. And I could be totally wrong. Maybe people are recalibrating and just loading up, getting ready to push markets higher. But the fact that we went from an all-time high of 515.58, and we put in a what? Just under a point higher. So we got to 516.26 yesterday. Like that should have been, could have been, would have been a huge breakout. So that's kind of where my head's at. For those of you guys wondering, like, hey, why is DPG trying to short when markets are up here at the highs? And again, if I'm wrong, I just get out of the way, switch gears, we'll go long.
Yep. Well, I'd like to take a short position here on ZS. I'm going to wait for it to get over 198, a little bit lower volume right now. SMCI looking good again. My target on SMCI, I keep saying 45 is my target here, and we could have an upside move from there. Look at the, I always keep the pre-market on here, so if we look at 45.22 and then up towards 45.50 and beyond, should be a good trade here, traders. The market has turned just a little bit to the upside.
I even add, Scott, I wrote it above 44 in SMCI. Yeah, it was beautiful, like 65 cent stop.
Tesla.
ZS 199 above. I want to see the bid going above $1.50.
Yeah, I might get stopped out of Tesla here. Just trying to be patient, but this is kind of hurting me today. Barely hanging on. All right, doubling up on the Q puts here. This should be decision time. If I'm wrong, I'll just take a L on a couple trades here, but this should be the move here. Q's down at session lows again.
Here in the upper left corner. Yep. Q's are on the screen right now. You can see that maybe that rollover here that DVG is talking about.
I don't like this 355 print on Tesla, but I'm going to wait. Maybe that's the top of the day. If it continues to push higher, guys, I'm going to be forced to take a big loss on Tesla this morning.
ZS also approaching that. That
ZS is in, guys. High of the day is 250. I want to see it going immediately. If it's going now under my entry, reducing half, has to be immediately. You could see it found the bottom support of the VWAP and boom. Especially for the open, it need to work immediately. 250.
Q's gaining strength here. Don't like it.
Okay, ZS, let's see if we break in 250.
I think you will here. 2059. There's the high of the day poke through. Apple coming up now. Watch the Qs close the gap here, right to that white line, dotted line. Decision time. SMCI not following right now, just kind of moving back and up and down. No real clear direction. ZS a little scared here at the top.
As I'm right now painfully watching Tesla. I mean, this hurts. It's a pretty big position that I'm right on right now, so I might have to take a loss here. Right now, I'm marking the high of day as, you know, by 2 cents, 3 cents. So we'll call it 355.73 will be my stop. And that if I get stopped out, that'll kind of hurt on the day, but hoping that was the exuberant push on Tesla. Now we see it retreat. I can't add to a losing trade, but that's how you rack up bigger losers. So I'm gonna just kind of wait here, see if we get that pullback, and if we get that follow through, guys, I'm gonna load this thing up with, shouldn't say everything I got, but a big position.
Low of the day on SMCI will be my stop loss. And we have the cues up here for a reason. We're watching the overall market now. And we're really just not really kind of directionless. We've come off the bottom here. We'll see if there's a breakout to the upside here. That would be nice. If you're long the market, which I am, SMCI. Possibly an NVDA trade coming up right now.
I'm raising my stop 30 cents under the entry. It's still looking good. I don't know if we're building a bear flag with the 2050, 250 resisting, or we're building a bull flag and we're going to break it. So
I'm loading up on Tesla. I like this pullback. It is going to be kind of an add to a somewhat losing trade, but we're kind of in the price bracket. So I'll wait just a little bit longer. Maybe we get down to the VWAP just because I don't want to build bad habits here on the day on a red trade. So I'll wait till we, you know, see what happens down at the VWAP. And then the Zscaler, I'm just kind of hanging on. Again, I'm not too afraid of this high session. You know, worth noting, we pulled back, what, 6%, I think, from 208 yesterday. So figured a bounce would happen, right? How high did we go? I don't know. I know Mir and Scott are kind of looking maybe to the upside. I'm currently short CS.
I'm in the 199, but my stop will be, you know, 30 cents under. You know, I wanted to see it immediately. Broke like, no, it didn't just get to the high, so.
Yeah, I gave Coin. I was starting to build a position on Coin. I saw it just, you know, 300 was kind of my stop. So we took a small loss on Coin, but it was a build position anyway. Thank goodness, because now I'm looking at it here at 307. My goodness.
SMCI right back up. Where do we go with NVDA? Wait for the 139.50. I'm going to take a small position here and start to add to it here. NVDA long 139.50.
Everybody just seems to keep buying the dip, buying the dip, buying the dip. And I have a feeling the dip is going to happen and then people are going to stop buying. And again, I don't know if it starts today, tomorrow, but I think by the end of the year, I'm looking at a roughly 5% correction in markets. And that's just kind of based on empirical data that we've seen kind of this time of year, people selling off, restructuring, tax harvesting, whatever. So does it have to happen? No. But considering that we're putting in all-time highs during this quote unquote Santa Claus rally, is that a big surprise? Not really, but for me it is, in the sense that we just keep printing new all-time highs, new all-time highs, new all-time highs. So I'm going to add to ZS here, the downside, and then I'm waiting for Tesla. If Tesla gets here below the VWAP, it's coming. So 352.80. If it gets below 352.80, I'm going to load this thing up. Like big time. ZS, nice add here. I really want to see a breakdown below, 193. So I'll wait. And do a 2-point move against. So let's see if we can get some money in the cubby today. Okay, Tesla getting ready. Q's looking good.
I bought SMR. Stop gonna be like 30 cents. And let's say half position. I want to see if it's breaking the high of the day.
Maybe a second chance here on call. Yeah, for the earlier posts that I had for SLB and CVX, those are going to be swings. So those are obviously, they're moving against a little bit now, but they don't move too drastically. So I don't mind hanging on to them for a little longer. Tesla, here comes the big, here we go, right here. Huge ad now. And again, it's right at the 200 EMA. So if I'm wrong, this is really going to hurt on Tesla. But if we break that 200 EMA, I really want to see some follow through. Only concern I have right now is the Qs are getting stronger here, approaching previous all-time highs at 515.58. So if that happens, I may have to take an L here on Tesla. But watching Meta kind of pull back here, NVIDIA stabilizing, Microsoft stabilizing, could be patient. Be patient.
Okay, SMCI, the only thing that I'm in right now, along with the NVDA trade, SMCI target's going to be over 45. I think Amir's in this trade with me. And NVDA, I'm looking for that 140.20. 140.20.
Scott, we need to see the volume when it's getting to 45 because the pre is 45.90. We have a gap close in like 49, you know. So if the excitement is continue, it's gonna be pretty interesting. Still in SMR. Another stock I'm watching, UPST.
I'll pull that up.
Don't have a trigger, but just in. Still watching also X. Nothing happened there, but I'm still watching it. Still watching ZS. Still watching ZS. I want to see if we're breaking.
There we go, SMCI.
197.
Watch the breakout here.
I see this is not ready.
In full share size trade here for me.
Okay, SMCI, Scott.
Yep, let's go,
Okay,
Amir.
nice.
Got to get that volume in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not taking a partial.
I want to see the volume
from. I see 348. Coming.
Here is the SMCI.
What a move on SMCI. We were in that yesterday, Scott, together, remember?
You want to hear something? DVG, I came Friday, like, you know, I was trading a little bit, but I came Friday, towards the end of the day, you know, it was half day. I like the formation of SMCI, so I bought it like 39.50. So yesterday, you know, it was on my radar. Suddenly, you know, there was the big boom. It was almost like $10 from Friday. Unbelievable, you know. I don't know what was the reason, but who cares?
Help pay for
Just
your
have
trip.
a beautiful formation. Really, it's like, you know, the wet dream of a day trader.
Yeah, they brought in a third party that basically said like, hey, all the stuff that E&Y was saying was baloney, or you know, I'm obviously paraphrasing, but the formality was that, you know, hey, maybe things aren't as bad as they say it was. So that moved the market, moved SMCI specifically. And I was in that trade. We waited all day, Scott and I was trimming, you know, I got a partial, trimmed it, and I was just getting tired of watching it. So I had a smaller position. And then it took off. I, you know, was paying attention to some other stuff, and I was like, "Oh, look, it's at $40. Oh, look, it's at $41." Like, so I was like, "Well, just leave it alone," because it was such a small position, right, at that point.
It has to be.
Yeah. So it's
it
just
has to be on the radar.
move.
It's amazing stock. It's just amazing. Yeah, you just can't. You have to. Like, Scott, I think over the 45, you got another 70 cents, huh?
Yeah, I'm out of the
Yeah.
trade right now. I'm just coming out of SMCI.
Really?
This is
Okay.
a killer trade. This was a full share size trade. Again, only traded two trades today. SMCI, we just got it here now over the top. I'm going to leave a couple hundred shares to see if we continue the breakout and travel towards 50. Remember the other day, yesterday, I was talking about it, and I said the stock is going to be targeting $50. So if you go to this and you're looking at the a daily, where are we here? Oh, you can't see because of the split, but
49,
it should,
Scott. You have a 49.
yeah, there you go. So it should be coming up to that 50 area, then 40, 49, then 50, and we'll see if it does break out here this week or even today. Who knows? But we'll keep an eye on it. Okay, but that's great. 3/4 of the trade out, just 200 shares left here, and I'm in NVDA looking to go full share size over the 139.80 now, and then target 140.20 as discussed. Okay, two trades so
I'll
far.
tell you one thing. I think I'm going to get it here on the Qs here in a moment, and then with Tesla, keep talking about Tesla, but I have a feeling big drastic seller coming. I see some interesting activity bouncing around. So again, 348 is my target. If I get 348, guys, that'll be one of my biggest green days ever. So I'm waiting for that to take a partial. I know rule number one is pay yourself first. I do want to see the low of session at a minimum before I take a partial. But if I see anything below 350, I will be forced to at least take a partial, maybe half. But guys, this could be a huge trade for me if we see a big breakdown in Tesla. Trying to be patient, watching levels. VWAP, 200 EMA, 55, all those areas are huge areas of support, and we're kind of hanging on to the 55 right now. And it's that 352 to 353 range we've been talking about yesterday. So this would be a great trade if it lands. ZS is kind of whatever, just kind of bouncing around, red, green, just kind of stable. So not looking at that too much. I do like the UPSC trade to the upside though. That is a good call out there for sure.
I don't know where. Yeah.
Come on, ZS. Amir, you and I are on opposite sides on that one, huh? You're long that one still, or?
I got out. I got out 30 cents stop. But
Okay.
if it's holding the 198, 199.50, I'm getting again up.
Second chance?
It's all about if it's gonna break it. Yeah, definitely. I wrote it even. Yeah.
I like the 309 level on coin. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. That's a 50-50 level for me, like meaning, it could go higher or lower. So I'm watching it, what it does here. Jolt's job opening coming out just now. See
Right
that
at 10
moves
o'clock
markets at
here.
all.
Watch the Qs, upper left corner of my screen.
I may shut off this SLB position. That was a swing. CVX, I don't really mind. It's like I like this 162 level. We start breaking below 160, I'll probably dump it, but I'll wait a little bit longer on SLB I don't like that we broke certain levels, but an eye on that. Well,
I add 45 SMCI.
SPY and the Qs like the JOLTS data, it looks like.
My stop right now, few cents under 44, like 43.90. I like this. I like that stock, and I'm still watching the ZS 199.50. X decided to go down, so I'm still watching. And if you are still in SMR, I'm still there. 27.10 closing yesterday. I want to see what happened. That will be a good place to add. I just don't have the numbers yet. Yeah, UPST is doing the DVG, but yeah, but there's nothing there.
Apple.
There's no stop. Yeah.
See Apple DVG.
Yeah.
Let me pull it up. Yeah, we were watching that one yesterday. Oh my gosh, look at it go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a new all-time high today? Yep. 241.14, new all-time high on Apple.
Well, of all things, I'm just asking the NVDA stock to move, and I can't believe it because it's usually a big mover.
You know, I was watching.
Yeah, I was watching it right now, Scott. I was watching it right now, the NVIDIA. Too much spikes. Yeah, looks like no decision yet.
I'm going to hit Amazon here. We talked about it yesterday, 210.60 area. Anywhere from 210.60 to 209.50. So about a point of where you should start building a position on Amazon, and assuming it would hold, and it did. So I may hit this because I think all-time highs are in its reach. Let's give it a go. 211.75. Why not? Let's let it pop. I don't like buying peaks like this, but let's see it move. We're in. Let's see if we can get a real couple point move here. Look at coin. I said I like that 309 level, 50-50. Boom, it's at 312 now. Wow. Buy the dip, buy the dip.
Hughes just poked itself into green territory now.
And Amazon's a nibble. If we start moving over 212, I'll add. Right now it's just kind of like, hey, let's see what's going on with Amazon. Here comes Tesla. Come on. Final chance, Tesla. Break the 350 right here, please. I'm running out of firepower here with these other positions on. I'm like tempted to, dump some of them to find some more to put into this Tesla trade to the downside. We should get the break here. Here we go. Winning buckets, losing spoons.
We'll take MU 102.80. Around 40 cents stop.
UPSD on the move as well. Look at coin. Just doesn't care. All right, we should get the breakout here now on Amazon. I like it. I'm going to keep it on that 212 level. Guys, look at Meta. Meta is absolutely on its way to 600 now. Wow. What a move. What a move. I don't even see news on it. Someone said I want all the extra shares. Give it to me. Look at that. 598 now? Wow. Oh, wow. UPST, Mark. Very nice. Appreciate you posting the Jolt data as well. We might get the move finally on ZS. Finally. Markets are on the move. Here comes our good friend Amazon. I'm going to add over 212, guys. I literally have it at 212.01. There we go. We just got filled. That's a big position now on Amazon. Let's see if we get an all-time high. 215.90 is kind of the target on Amazon. I don't know if we're going to get that today, but I don't know. 213.5, maybe 214. Look, take a partial. Pretty strong push there on Meta and Amazon. I'm going to probably dump the put options here in a moment, but we are getting the move on ZS now. Anything under 197, I might add a tiny more, maybe. I don't know. It's a decent sized position right now. So we've got Tesla and ZS, big positions to the downside. Amazon, big position to the upside. You know, we took a couple small losers this morning in Coinbase. SLB, I'm still hanging on to, so that's technically a losing trade. Same with CVX, but those are more for swing trades. So let's see how those play out. I don't mind kind of holding those positions a little bit longer than normal, but I don't want to hold the loss too long. Nice huge move on Meta.
SMCI still looking good. Here comes NVDA. Remember, just 2 trades for me today. SMCI and NVDA, just being patient here.
All right, guys, give me 1 second. I got to step away. My dog's acting up. Give me 1 second.
SMCI looking great. Come on, NVDA, turn and burn for me. Come on, NVDA.
Where did you get into NVDA, Scott?
My NVDA, I'm at 139.50. And I'm waiting to add to the trade here. I need it to turn.
I'm watching from the Bitcoin area, CLSK. And I'm still watching ZS, guys. 199.50. $1.50 stop. MU didn't succeed. Did a break, but immediately failed. So I'm out of there.
ZS starting to go.
Okay, we
This
have
could
a
be
new
good
high.
opportunity to short the stock.
Okay, we have a new high there.
200 maybe.
A second chance. I want to see it's now moving. My stop gonna be under the entry. Again, it's almost the same first trade, has to go immediately. What's nice about ZS, you see different picture when the 2 minutes and the 5 minutes. The 5 you can see that it broke the viewer, but twice get a big tail and buyers came. But I don't see the passion yet. It's $1.50, but again, this is a $6 ATR stock. I'm not taking it for $1.50.
All right. I missed. Sorry about that, y'all. Like I said, I've got a sick pup at home. Sometimes the challenge with pups is they can't talk to you and tell you what's going wrong. So, all right, I'm gonna get in this AVGO trade to the downside. Actually, watching coin as well here at this 311.50. So I may put a small short up here. Okay, that's a pretty bad fill. How did that happen?
Okay, CLSK is in. 1-to-1, low of the day. No, we can watch iBits, we can watch coin, but CLSK was much weaker than the other in that sector. That was the reason why I picked that stock.
That's the trouble with market orders. There must have been a spread that happened by the way, we just got stopped out of ZS, unfortunately. So that's a losing trade for me. Tesla not looking great either. But I hit a market order on coin. The low of that previous candle, 310.56. I filled at 310.57. A cent away from the bottom of that candle.
Guys, yes, a little bit then 2 points. I didn't take any partial yet. I'm still waiting though. We're above the 9 and there was a good volume in the previous bar. CLSK above 50, I'm reducing. Did 1-to-1, I'm not going to give the stop full position.
Come on, Amazon. Only real position I have to the upside right now. Overall, not my greatest day. We've had a couple losing trades here. SLB, CVX will keep a little more long term. They're kind of rounding out here, which is fine. But my goodness. Wayne took us for a ride once. Let's see if it does it twice. Let's hope not. But in Tesla, we're still in it. Just kind of waiting for this breakdown to happen. That just hasn't shown up yet. I'm watching Meta. It's getting a little bit vicious on price action up here at this 597 to 5. Let's just call it on its way to 600. I think if it breaches 600, this thing's going to take off. I think was it 602.95? It's all-time high on Meta. If I get a breakdown on coin here, I will add, but you know, getting a little gun shy right now. That's how it should be, right? If you're having a losing day, you don't jump into your next trade with double size. You move into the next trade with smaller size. That's the rules.
Yeah, and very hard to do that too, right? You know, you've got to.
There is a special rule for that, Scott.
What's that?
Just go away for 10 minutes, 15 minutes
Yeah,
from
go
the
take a walk.
computer, you know, because of everything you said.
Yep.
From my experience,
Yep.
you know, because you can handle that. Immediately you want to double, so just kick yourself like automatically, like a robot, away. And it's go again when you have a good winner also, yeah, because you feel the best and basically you are not.
Yeah, so the Lawson Z-scaler was, I would say, my big loser for the day. You know, it was kind of in and around my entry more or less the entire day. If Tesla breaks 350 though, guys, I only need one. Basically, need that one trade to work out, and it's looking great right now. If I get a break under 352, I will wait for 351. We're getting the move now in coin. If I see a break below my entry, I will add. And if we do see that break, I'm watching the Qs and the SPY. I'm going to wait for a, you know, probably healthier partial. Okay. Here. Yeah. SLB. Yeah, I like this level. So if you look left, this whole like 43, call it $43 to $44 has been a great area of support on SLB, and I like them as a company. They're very well run. It's not a huge moving stock, but this is more of a swing trade for me because I think the names like SLB, who do a lot of servicing in oil and gas, are going to be benefactors, both mid and longer term. I say midterm is probably about 6 weeks. Long term is probably more like 6 months. It's hard to predict that far out, but it's kind of what I'm looking at. I don't like this pullback on Amazon. I do love the pullback on Tesla, though. Yes, come on. But yeah, so SLB, as I mentioned yesterday, I'm trying to get better at swing trades. So I'm going to be looking at, names like in the oil space. I think that longer term is going to look great. So obviously, cue the disclaimer, trade at your own risk, etc. But this is the breakdown I've been looking for right now on the SPY. We just poked a new session low. I'm looking for a break under 514.33 and let that become a ceiling on the Qs. If so, guys, I'm going to load up on a lot of things to the downside. Make it out of this Amazon position. I'll hold on just a little longer.
We have 3 points in ZS. I didn't take any partial yet. This is exactly what I was waiting for the second chance. Looking good. CLSK, definitely we can load a stop above the 50 few cents. I want to see it breaking the 1320.
I'm waiting for Tesla 348 or bust. That's what we're doing now. First partial will be in the 348 print. It should happen quick here. Any moment now. Let's see a break under the 351. We see a 350 print. 348 should happen in a blink of an eye.
You need a good number is in Teslas. It's almost remind me what happened to me yesterday. You know, I had huge, P&L on SMCI, and I think my percentage yesterday was maybe 30%. But who cares when you have monster trade? The rest even don't bother you. So hopefully Tesla will be for you.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
There's the only thing that I'm holding right now is the NVDA trade, and I'm getting no traction here. No trade ZS. Tesla getting groovy here. Watch it run through 351. What's your average cost, DVG?
On Tesla?
Yeah.
I have it at. Up here. It's not that great. So it's 352.96. It helped when I had to first add at the 200, but my initial entry was pretty low. So I'm not, it's a big position though.
Not dead. Yeah.
I might get stopped out of coin here. It's a really small position, so I'm not too worried about it. To be fair, I got a really bad entry. In fact, yeah, so 348, anything in 348, I'll take a partial on Tesla, but I want more. I want more out of it. I like the volume coming in now. I'm seeing limit low now on Tesla, so I could probably wait. Let me see what happens with this candle here. We should push into that 340 zone though. Yeah, good question, Kev. I saw that too. I'm actually reading up on some of that too and just watching Tesla, unfortunately, because that could make or break my day here today. Let's see. South Korea President Yoon declares martial law. Great.
Itai, nothing in MU. The area that we wanted to do was the bounce from the VWAP, after the new high. And it's failed. Right now, I don't see any something special about it. So
has been paralyzed because of opposition party conducts. Says through martial law he'll rebuild free and democratic country. He's declaring martial law to clear out pro-North Korea elements. Whoa. Okay. Oh, some geopolitical things happen in South Korea for sure. Eradicate pro-North Korean forces and protect the constitutional democratic order. Hence them declaring martial law. Wow. And they haven't decided whether or not to open Wednesday morning in the Korean Stock Exchange. Ho, 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 ho. That could be bad. Well, that is not good news. Apple, I'm going to probably short Apple on that news, actually. Let's just do it here. I'm going to start building up to 240. I just got 240.41, whatever. I'm going to build this thing if it moves against Apple. 240.41. This could be bad news for names in that sector. I'll keep Amazon. I'm going to probably trim my Amazon position here if we move a little bit higher up near 212. I don't really like this news. It's a good call out, Kev. I heard about it, but was looking at it. Just wasn't sure what to make of it. Let's see, MU. Sorry, guys. Just looking at some of that news. Keep going. Guys, I'm going to hang on to my Tesla trade until I see like 346 maybe. I think we're going to get a big break right now. People are looking into that, looking to see if the Korean stock exchange is even going to open today. Like, think about all the different semiconductor components that are going to be impacted by that. Think of all the different consumers that are in South Korea, the percentage that takes from the market for names like Apple. Amazon, not so much, but I'm going to be looking for other names that have big investment from them. Let's see what they do. Give me a second here.
SMCI, I will wait just because of this announcement.
I want to see 514.33 become a ceiling for the Qs for me to get that 5% move by the end of the year that I'm kind of anticipating. So let's see if we get that. Tesla now in the 350s. Guys, I'm waiting for 346. Maybe, why am I lying to myself? 347, I'll take half off. Maybe 3/4. Watch the Qs here, y'all. Watching Apple here. Where's the bottom of this thing? 239.85. And I wouldn't trust my Apple trades, guys. If you remember, I went 0 for 6 on Apple, but I think that has a direct impact to kind of their bottom line. Guys, Tesla finally getting a break. Finally. Let's get in them 340s. What's silver doing? Copper, gold. All right, guys, keep an eye on the Qs here at 514.33.
Yeah, and then if we break 514, day could be reversed here to the downside. Right now, the only thing I'm holding on to is NVDA. 200 will be my short on ZS in case the market rolls over.
Meta doesn't care what's going on. It wants that 600 print. Some overhead supply there, definitely. I don't know if anybody took that. I was talking about it this morning. I think, I mentioned, I was like, I'm pretty sure 600 is going to happen today. 598.50, pretty darn close. I mean, who knows? 600 still can happen, but I'm going to dump coin here in a second. Luckily for me, it was a small position because that could have hurt. But to be fair, we got a really bad fill. I did a market order and just that's what happens sometimes when you do that on a super spready stock like that. Right now it's like 40 cents. When I hit it, it was like, I think like 72 cents or something like that. But, it's kind of, as a journal look back, that'll definitely be something that I point out in my journal today. Yeah, similar to yesterday, it feels like we're approaching the slowdown into lunch, but direction was made at lunch yesterday. Even though it was slow, we kind of just started creeping higher. Now there's a fight, or I should say rebuttal. South Korea that martial law is being considered unconstitutional. So there could be some more conflict. Hmm. Both yesterday and today, a day of patience. The SMCI, I mean, I only benefited some of that move, some runners, but Scott, I know you took advantage of almost the whole move, didn't you? Yesterday,
Yeah,
SMCI.
yeah, it was really good. I got it directionally. If you look at the cues right now, traders in the upper left corner here of the room, we're approaching yesterday's close. We just really haven't had a huge breakthrough here. So see if it takes the market higher. If not, maybe a rollover to the downside. We'll see.
Meta just printed a new session high. Nice, Jim. Right on. To your point about stepping away for a few minutes, I'm gonna probably make some tea here. You know how long that takes, Amir.
You?
But
With you? I don't know. Sometimes it's a minute. It's less than a minute. Probably it's an iced tea.
yeah, usually, yeah. If it's, I usually have iced tea in the fridge, and then of course, if I'm making tea, like a warm tea, because it's getting cold around here. So warm tea. I like to kind of take my time, steep it, put take the dry leaves, put them in the bag, all that fun stuff. But I'm gonna probably go do that here in a moment. Right now, I'm not too worried about Apple. It's a small position it's moving against. But I'll tell you one thing: I have just you know trade the plan, trade what you see, not what you feel. But the plan coming into this today was I thought markets would move lower, and they just haven't. So you know, Tesla right now
Well,
could be
hold your
my
breath,
saving
though. We
grace.
could be rolling over. Could be
Yeah.
rolling over here.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to dig up some news too here on South Korea. That's pretty big news.
Did you see Intel? After yesterday, they don't let that stock to go up. Just don't go. Every time.
Yeah, it's Intel though.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
It's just pretty wild. We were talking about that one yesterday too, and we were like, "There's Intel chips in everything, like everything, every consumer product. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff, right?" And for some reason, it's
Yeah.
just not a loved stock by investors. And I know I used to have
I know.
Intel in my portfolio
You
for
actually
a
can
really long
see
time,
it. Like
and it
it
just
got
never
into
made
a
money.
gap, usually a gap, is just swallowing, orders, and then you can see the stocks pumping up. And in Intel, none of the above. Just fighting, and the shorts are coming. Probably they're very frustrated in that company, huh? The workers.
You know what? I actually think what might be interesting is if they have, some of these activist investors. Like two names I want to see that happen in. So one is Boeing, and then the other would be Intel. Swap around the leadership. I know they've tried it a few times at Boeing and Intel, but I think they need some big money behind them. Kind of change the sentiment there. All right. Well, I'm gonna go make some tea. I'm keeping an eye on Apple. I've got an ad order under 240.25, so I actually have it at 23. Hope it doesn't just take out my shares there. So 240.23. There will be an add to that position. Tesla, I literally put 347.77 as my first partial. So we're looking for a big move on Tesla. If that happens, I could buy that trip to Europe we've been planning on for Christmas. So fingers crossed there. I'll be right back.
I mean, I think DVG will get this here on Tesla. Again, I would say, maybe 350 trim it, but if it blows right through 350, who knows on the downside here. The market is holding up okay. I don't see like we're going to have a big move down, but you never know. Wow, SMCI after being up all morning. He's not, Itai. He is not. I know that for a fact.
No.
Goes Tesla.
It's just a common last name here, really. No relationship.
Hopefully, hey, Amir, hopefully DVG makes his tea quick because Tesla's dropping pretty hard right now.
With DVG, you never know, Scott.
Right
You
on.
never know. But Tesla, yeah, Tesla did the move, before the market even have those announcements. So lower high, and right now he has a good bar. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it touches that 350, it should blow through there. You may get to 348 for sure. Yep, still in the NVDA trade. I am. Yep.
All right, so I just came back. I see my coin position. I'm adding to it. I was just kind of dancing around. Looks good enough for an ad. See if we break down below the
Look at your
VWAP.
Tesla trade now.
Yeah, Tesla's down at 349. I'm gonna wait. I'm actually gonna move. I'm gonna move it down from 347.77. Again, if it happens while I'm away, just wrapping it up here. But I put it down to 346.98. Okay. So guys, this is a huge trade for me now in Tesla. No partials yet. Normally I'd say rule number one, pay yourself first. But I want to see this follow through. We got to hold on to it, bounce against us a couple points. Now let's get paid. So we went from a slightly red day to now a very green day. But let's see if we make this an even bigger. I'll be right back.
Wow, look at SMCI getting crushed down here. All that move this morning for nothing. Now, DVG's going to get this thing. I'm happy for him. 348 probably target for me. Stuff like CRDO right now looking good, holding up very nice in this downturn. Still waiting for NVDA to pop. Yep. I guess the one trade that I would have missed was the ZS trade under 200. Really would have liked to have gotten that, but I didn't. I posted it, just never took it.
We got the high volume bar in SMCI of the day right now, Scott.
Yep. And we're to the downside, right?
Yeah, so usually it shows you, the other part.
I'm out of the NVDA trade now with a loss. So one winning trade, one losing trade, and I've got very modest gain for the day. Q's starting to roll over now. Watch the downside here for all the stocks. EVG is going to be chanting like a cheerleader here when he gets back. 348 approaching, and then 347.50 or so.
Well, coming back to this, that's nice. We're nice.
Got that going for you, don't you?
Yeah, in the green today. No complaints there. Still watching this 14.33 level on the Qs. If it becomes a ceiling for us, guys, we are heading down. So mark your charts. 514.33, big level there, was a previous all-time high. So we'll likely see some, the algos kicking in there. We've seen that behaviorally happen at previous highs. So be sure to keep track of those if you can. I'm barely hanging on to Amazon here. I'll probably take a partial here on coin. Yeah, not a huge mover for me, but we'll take it. So we get a breakdown under the 200 EMA, which is holding support in the last 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes. Twice it's held. We're not the VWAP. If we start moving higher, I might just close out this position, but only long position today, Amazon. And of course, SLB, CVX, but those
What's
are
the number of Amazon right now? DVG.
212.07.
Didn't even open the chart.
212. Yeah,
Yeah.
212.
Pretty narrow range for the last few days, no?
Yeah, well, that's just
200
it.
stock.
Yeah, 209.
Yeah,
to
no,
about
no. We have to put it next to the.
1060. Kind of been a big level of consolidation.
We need to put the chart of Amazon, next to the chart of coin, so the stock can see what 3-digit stock can do. This is not the range that you expect.
I wouldn't be surprised in 2025 Amazon does become a 225 plus stock. Fundamentally for me, the way I look at it is, valuations or market caps. It used to be a big deal to be $1 trillion business. Do you guys remember that when Apple was the first $1 trillion business? Now
She's still.
Yeah,
Still,
yeah, no.
Still,
But
I think I saw the list.
The jump from 1 trillion to 3 trillion was almost instant. And it's pretty wild, 3x the all-time market cap high, right? $1 trillion. Now we've got Nvidia up there, Google's up there, Tesla's up there, Apple's up there, Meta's.
No, Google after.
So
Google is after. Google is after. I just saw yesterday the list. Google is after Amazon. Very small after Apple. It's Nvidia, and then I think we have let's see in my head, Microsoft and Amazon. I think it's 2-point-something billion, and Google is 2.1, something like this. Yeah. Nvidia and
It's
Apple
wild,
very
right?
close, really, like wild. Yeah, we
Then
know them. They're
you've got
wild.
certain names like Amazon who just finally hit its growth spurt. I would say from a stock perspective, but valuation wise, I mean, it's been people were worried like, oh man, he's buying trucks and planes and getting into the transportation. I'm like, no, he's getting vertically integrated. And the trouble was like nobody was buying the stock at the time. Well, now they're starting to see the fruits of the labor, and the difference is all that balance sheet capex expenditure is now being paid off, which moves right to your profit margins. So it's kind of interesting to see, people kind of waking up to the business that is Amazon, not just the home delivery side of it, but all the other aspects. By the way, Meta is up at $600. Wow.
I forgot your Microsoft. Your favorite Microsoft is also upper two, something like that, also in the list. Yeah,
Yeah.
above Amazon, above Google. Yeah, she has a good CEO. Guys that since he was CEO, after Steve something, the stocks like 10 times more.
Yeah,
So
Satya.
probably he's
Satya
doing
Nadella.
something right. Yeah, exactly. The Indian guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He just had a good vision, and
Yeah, Google also being led by
so
Sundar Pichai. He's done a phenomenal job turning Google around. I mean, you figure the importance of leadership. That goes back to like investors versus traders, which is why you'll see like if a CEO changes and it's a favorable one. We saw that with Starbucks and Chipotle. Do you guys remember that when Chipotle lost their CEO?
yeah,
Immediately the stock just fell off of
to
fell out of
Starbucks.
bed.
Yeah,
Yeah. Guys, Meta. Hopefully you guys took that one long. Remember I told you there was a rule I could only short it, but man, just kicking myself at that 577 yesterday. We were at 577 yesterday. We're at 601 today. That's 25 points in a day. That's crazy. Wow. Talked about that one pre-market too, but keep it on the cues. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my tea. It should be done by now. BRB.
I'll spike back on these markets, and that's going to be just a little too late for me, I think. I might give it about when Stevie G gets back here. I'll probably head out just about $480 to the good today.
UPST
Could have been more, I guess, if
70,
I had gotten the CS short, but I did not.
20, watching UPST, guys. 70-20.
Yeah, hopefully he covered that on Tesla.
Rick, just saw your question. 349.29, I got some out. Still have a pretty big size though. Didn't take 3/4 off. I wanted to see a 347, 346 print, so I'm still waiting for that. Doesn't happen. Who knows? Maybe I missed out on it, but 349.29 got me clear for the day. At least some green. Amazon moving nicely. Still kind of waiting for that one to print a little higher. I'd love to see an all-time high on that. I mean, the fact that Meta was able to do it. Meta's literally printing all-time highs by the second right now. Kind of kicking myself because I was watching that one today and really wanted to go long that stock, but oh well, coulda, shoulda, woulda, Side note,
I'm going to
South Korean
start
Parliament voted to block
41.50.
the martial law declaration. That was literally 2 minutes ago.
Half position in SMCI 41.50 with 50-cent stop, and then I'm going to add about 42.10.
And ZS may be over the 200 here. Looks good as well.
Yeah, ZS doesn't want to go down. Yeah, it doesn't go down. You can see it holding the view up. Look like a really good traps every time it's going under. Look at this in 5 minutes. No continuous.
Taking a small partial on Amazon. Barely hang on to coin. It's not a huge position, but I don't want to give back anymore. We managed to clear a green day with that partial on Tesla, but I'm giving some of that green back and I don't like it.
Okay, guys, UPST in. That's basically the first reversal. We have like 30 seconds to finish this 5 minutes. Hopefully we're going to break above the 70.50 and then I think also the first half in SMCI few cents in the money. 42.10 going to add significant amount. 4210 is also around a little bit above the close of yesterday. And if we're going to keep the 41 with the 9 EMA, it can be pretty good. If you're aggressive in UPST above 70.50, you can add a little bit.
Another previous all-time high, 515.58 on the Qs. Notice we just went above that and then started finding some sellers. So either bulls really step up and we push higher like a big green candle. Keep an eye on the SPY as well for a real big bullish move, which we'd have to get over all-time highs on the Qs. Obviously showing some strength there. This Tesla position, nah, not loving it. Coin, also not loving it, but I'm going to hang on.
Oh, Mark, you can't mention, SMCI with toilet. Lots of interest there. You just need to learn that stock, those levels, because you just refer to them. Lots of opportunity. Again, you need to work with the levels. The first trade today, the 43 something, and then they add 44, gave almost 2 points, and lots of opportunity. But again, you need a good plan. If it's not working exactly where you should, be out. If not, you're screwed.
Okay, traders, that's going to do it for me for this morning. Just going to be a small winning day for me, but that's 2 in a row, Monday and Tuesday this week. I want to congratulate DVG for hanging in there with the Tesla Monster short here. Again, great to have Amir back. Thank you for joining us, Amir. I will see everybody tomorrow on a Wednesday hump day, middle of the week. I'll kick off tomorrow about 9:15 in the morning. Get you prepared for the day. Aggie will kick things off. Both DVG and I will be here, and looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. Have a great day today. Great rest of your day. God bless you all. Godspeed. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, for posting your trades and making this room so wonderful. We appreciate you each and every day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Bye, Scott.
Amir, what trades do you have on? Maybe.
SMCI, we have half position 41.50, add above 42.10, and I got the reversal in UPST 70.20 and 50 cent stop, and that's it. I'm still watching X. You remember from the day? I didn't catch the break. I didn't put it, and 37.75 area. I want to see what's happened there. Lots of institutional there. I think there was something with the buyout or some. I don't know. There was tons of institutional, and I didn't see any collapse. Open a big gap down, and so I'm watching it. 37.80. I want to see the big guys. So I'm looking it for the upside. I think the potential more is there, Definitely we can short. I don't know. The short is. I see the short. I don't see the capitulation. And 37, 75, 80, something like this. I just need to watch it. Right now it's on the VWAP, so I need to see if it's going to serve as support, and then UPST not working. still there. I reduced the entry, but under 70, I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, the only long position I have now is Amazon, which we took a partial up here near the peak of the day, up around 213. So we took a partial up there. We've got a short on coin, we've got a short on Tesla. I'm not really counting my CVX and SLB for the day just because those are swing trades. The good news is, for those of you guys remember, I had a swing trade on for Home Depot from yesterday. Still have that position on. It's working. Couldn't add because we started moving into my entry yesterday, and we popped this morning. Just kind of hanging on. Got a nice pullback. We're now well into the money there on that swing trade. So I'm going to hold that one for, I don't know, maybe a week or two, depending on, assuming that we continue lower. If we break 420, I will add to that position in the swing. That's to the downside on HD, Home Depot. I think Paul was able to take advantage of that one yesterday and paid himself first. Good for you. Nice trade there. But I kind of held on into that bounce, and now let's see if we get some follow through today. Trying to grow as a trader, learn more about, swing trades, which means you have to have a bigger tolerance. You know what I mean? You can't just get out on 50 cents or whatever. You got to expand that spread to $2, you know what I mean? Like key levels. So we almost got to that level today. It was 432 is kind of my out. So it's 4 points that I give it. But I'm looking for like a 410 print-ish in the next couple weeks.
Which one? On the what did you say? You took the silver? I saw you SLV.
No, HD. Home Depot.
Oh, okay. Home Depot.
Yeah, I took that one yesterday short, right in the 428 area. Dropped down to 423. I mean, it wasn't a huge position because it's a swing trade for me on a $400 stock, but I've been adding, like as we were heading lower, and rather than pay myself first like I normally do, got down to 423. I thought maybe we'd see 420. It didn't happen yesterday. So instead of trimming and paying myself, I held on because this is more of a swing trade. I want to see more follow through. It bounced literally right around my entry, just kind of held there all day. And then this morning was just watching it, making sure 432 didn't become a reality because then I'd have to dump that for a small loss. But, it's well into the green now as a swing trade, and now I'm going to hold it. And again, if we see anything below 420, I'll add a little bit more to that trade. But that's more for, thinking like 2 weeks, maybe a week. I don't have the, frankly, unlimited funds, right? So some of these names, like for me, I'm looking at housing data, wasn't that great. New home starts, wasn't that great. I do have a small short position in Apple, which big surprise. That one's turning red, but it's so small that I don't really mind, 60, 70 cents to the red on that one. The only reason was the announcement of what was going on in South Korea. Obviously, that's been blocked. So I'm happy to dump this position for a small red, but I don't really mind holding it here at the highs at the moment. Maybe we see it roll over just a little bit. Still have pretty strong conviction that by the end of the year, I would say total of a 5% correction. Now, it doesn't mean that we go straight down from here. But, maybe the SPY gets up to 605 and then rolls over 5%. I don't know yet. We'll see. I think that gives people an opportunity to do window dressing, tax harvesting, We talked about kind of what it meant for the Qs every quarter when they kind of reset stuff. We're seeing that Meta was a favorite as of yesterday. And 577, we talked about that level for, I don't know, what, 2 months, y'all? So seeing it get up to that 577 and then take off, not a big surprise. But wow, what a move on Meta. Unbelievable. So I have a feeling that Meta is likely going to be a name that shifts in holding percentage in the Qs, along with Apple. NVIDIA might be stable or neutral, maybe even move down from a holding perspective. I think most big fund managers have enough NVIDIA in their portfolio right now. But that could all change, right? If that holding changes to, I don't know, north of 6%, you can expect NVIDIA to move over 150. We'll have more clarity on that towards middle of December. And we'll start to announce what those holdings look like.
SMCI almost got to 42 and 10, broke the 49 again, got to 42, sorry, 08, a little bit above the close of yesterday. This is why I wanted to add above the 10. Usually the first 10 cents, it's kind of a struggle between. Above it, usually kind of you kick off stops and whatever, Guys want to get above 42 long. Guys want to take a short with small stop. And right now we are above. Okay, this is a good candle. We have the view up around 43. Now I want to see the volume coming in SMCI and just let it go. Yeah.
Want to see what
43. Yeah, this is the area I want to take the first partial.
see what coin does here. Excuse me. Right here at the 200 EMA. We're there now. I do not want to see a 308 print. Let's keep it in the 307s or less. We'll see. There's a 308 print. Give it a little bit more. See if we get a breakdown under the 200 EMA. So that's, call it 307.02.
Another thing that I'm watching it right now is gonna be, maybe it's gonna be later, but I want to be on top of it. X, probably around 30 to 40 cent stop.
Okay, big seller showing up on coin here. We get the initial drop below 307. I'll probably just take a partial, take 3/4 off the position. Q's printing a session high here. 516.26 all-time high. We're now at 516 on the Qs. My Tesla position is literally running darn close to break even now on the remaining shares here. Don't love that. Good news is we have Amazon long going to the downside. We had a big seller showing up and then they flashed their shares. So maybe we find some buyers there to pick those up. Hopefully not. Otherwise, I'll be forced to take a trim. Just don't want to get a bad fill on the way out.
Definitely the entire stop on under 41 in SMCI. Giving the space. And X, yeah, definitely around 30-40 cents. Beautiful formation, beautiful. You want to be on the safe side, you can buy half, and then above 38 add more position.
Dumping the Apple position. Small red trade there. Good news is Amazon just broke out over 213 here. Those are on autopilot at this point. Coin, I'm still waiting. I don't really like that we're in the 309s now, but I just have to give that one a little more wiggle room considering it's like a 40-cent spread. So, and then Tesla, I'm still waiting for the breakdown. If we see a 348 print again, I'll be forced to take another half off. And I'll give it maybe 50 cents.
Now DVG ZS decided to break. Look at the bar. This is a really, look at this, under 197. I think after the 2 bars, definitely we can see a capitulation. Yeah.
Amazon just announced some news. I'll hit it for, I'm going to add a small size. So I took a partial. I'm not going to add the similar size, but you know, we're going to add a little bit just to move our dollar costs up, and I'll leave that on autopilot. Again, I really want to see an all-time high on Amazon. That's 215.90. Does it happen today? I don't know, but I don't mind letting these run for a little bit longer. Need to see the breakdown in coin like right now, as well as Tesla. Come on, coin. You're almost there. Here comes that big seller now showing up again. You're watching your level 2s. Looks like maybe they're spreading their size around a little bit. All right, I'm not allowed to trade Apple for a while, guys, because literally I got out pretty much at the high of day, pretty darn close, and then now it's selling back to where I was tolerable on my entry. So that's kind of a bummer. Probably stay away from Apple for a while. We've got the break on coin here coming. If we see a push below 306, I'm looking for the close. Let's see if we get it. I will take a partial here very soon. Let me see if we get a tightening of the, there we go. Got a 305 print, that'll work. I'm taking half off of coin here. Looking for some follow through. I'll take another half off at the close, which is right around 303. If we can get it. Today, really testing patience along with yesterday. You know, and Tesla really fighting for that 2 level.
Look at the market, looks amazing. You know, your Tesla, if it's breaking 350 to 80 or something, looks good for the upside, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. That'll be about the time I get out, right around my entry.
Yeah.
So I took a partial down here in the 349 to change. Wanted it in the 348, but it bounced, and I was like, well, you know, just put some in there in case, and you know, we got filled on half. The reason is basically that one trade took out all the red I had for the day, made us green, which is nice, but it was definitely my biggest position. So, you know, we still have some size. So if we get that follow through below 348, this still could be a massive day for me. You know, coin had to hold on to that one for a while and fight the urge to trim up on it, and glad that one worked out. Amazon, we got paid on, so the runners that I have left, they can go back to break even, and I don't mind.
Guys, ZS is in 197 and 196.50. Okay, another ad. Okay. So we did a good one on the upside, hopefully now on the downside. Yeah, I want to see the capitulation right now. This is a good bar. I want to see us breaking the 196 immediately. We have some resistance around, yeah. Well, actually we broke it. There's nothing there right now. So I want to see just quickly. 196 and
Yeah, ZS I lost in tablespoons today, we'll say. We had that bounce. We got stopped out basically right there at the high of initial push over 271. I got stopped out. So I'm glad you're taking advantage of it. I definitely thought we'd pull back some. I didn't think we'd get to 202. I really thought like 198 to 199 was a nice level for it to bounce and then fail, given their forward guidance was not the greatest. Earnings were okay. I'm glad you're taking advantage of that one, Amir. Target what,
yeah,
195-ish?
Let's see if we can get to the low. Yeah, I don't think right now, if this is the time that it succeeded, broke pretty nice, the view up, and we know the level, we know from the morning the level, the place where you got out, I got in, the 199, and so now, it decided to go down, and the 196.50 it broke, we were waiting. That was the first trade I wanted to do under 196.50. I would think it will happen now pretty fast. It's going to go under 196, which you don't see it happen. You see it start to playing games. Unbelievable. Like, let it fall, let it fall. That's it. Enough games.
Exactly.
And still X, I'm watching it again. The stop can be even shorter now, above 37, 77, 75, probably around 30-cent stop.
It always feels like there's something to help justify us.
It's not the same. It doesn't go the same.
Well, there's so much more liquidity now too, right? With the advent of, I love the fact that there's more retail traders. People always used to call it smart money, dumb money, where smart money was institutional and dumb money was retail traders. I think in a lot of scenarios, my concern is twofold. So one, yes, retail traders being involved provides more liquidity, provides more price action, provides more movement in markets. That said, what I'm most concerned about is, like, let's say, for example, those days that we see like a 2% red day, everybody's like, oh my gosh, the markets are going to crash, whatever. We usually see 6 to 7 of those a year. We've had like 4 this year. And so, like, there's still technically, based on empirical data, there's more 2% down days, but from where, right? Like, we're pushing all-time highs. So a 2% correction even up here doesn't matter. We're still up in nosebleed territory, right, as far as market levels being on high. So do I think, like I said, I think a 5% correction would make sense. Where does it happen? When does it happen? I don't know. But I think it would be healthy around this time of year, especially as people are looking to, harvest tax losses, do some window dressing, we're seeing names
now
like
you want to
Meta,
justify your thesis.
Well, precisely.
Now you
versus
justify
trading what you see.
you justify your thesis and become not objective, which, sometimes this is the problem. You need to take yourself away from your brain, watch technically, and just, work according to that, because, again, thing that used to be, it's not, which is good, for us it's good, because you need to think twice and you need to challenge, which is good, this is part of the thing I like in, day trading. And everybody think, one thing about, but there is a variety of things you need to think out of the box. You have place for creativity, and yes.
Yeah, I actually think the year of 2025 for me, I'm going to expand my, so 2 things. One, swing trading, trying to get better at that. That's one thing. And then the second is going to be the use of options. So along with trading stocks and equity, what have you, but I think the use of options in 2025 is probably going to be something I use more of, frankly, because you can embed, to your point, right? Some of the fundamentals and based on empirical data, and then use options to mitigate your potential, downside and in some cases your upside. But if you do, like broken wing spreads, etc., like if you have a move that goes in your favor, you can turn or either move the broken wing so that you're continuously making money, or basically add to that position to catalyze your alpha. So in other words, like for example, if we see, I've got a spread of let's say $10 on a certain stock, and I'm going to yield whatever X in premium. Well, that's great initially, but if I see it move in favor, I can drop. Let's just say I sell a call or something like that. I can start buying puts to take advantage of that loss on those calls and reap the benefit on the downside move. So there's certain things that like I'm going to start expanding on. I may not share it with this group just because options trading could be complex and robust. And
if you want to combine this, if you want to combine this with your swing, definitely go see what his name, Guy Cohen. He has some really amazing indicator. It's called the OVI. Just go to his YouTube. He has amazing. What's amazing is he create an indicator that you actually can see all the where is the higher calls and put option in a stock. Now combine this with a beautiful formation, on the daily, 20, 50, 200, and you just can get an amazing setups support by the options. Just go see it. It's pretty amazing, really. This indicator is amazing. Yeah, it's pretty amazing indicator. It just support your thesis. If you have any idea about swing or something, you see, hey, the big guys already there with a lot of, call options, good support on a good level on the daily with nice, 20, 50. Sometimes it helps you even after earning when you see where is it's amazing, especially if you like so much the options. So
yeah, definitely.
It's really
I'll
good.
take a look at that. Yeah, because there's like, for example, there's been days, and the community here knows, like there's been days, for example, like I'll take, let's say some put options on the Qs as an example. And let's say I'm long, I don't know, a myriad of names, and I'm using the put options as kind of a hedge for my long positions. And then, I'm taking partials on the way up, pay yourself first, right? And then I see markets retreat. Well, those put options, I mean, there have been times, I make whatever, like maybe 2x what I made on stocks, and it's a fraction of the cost, right? So I might put in, I don't know, 10 grand worth of options or 20 grand worth of options or something like that versus, let's say, you buy 100 shares of a $200 stock, you're already there. And I'm not usually trading only 100 shares. So it's kind of one of those things where I'm looking at it going, okay,
well, $20,000. You don't have any cheaper even, you don't have to put the the 20,000 and what's nice, sometimes you can see on his chart, sometimes the cost of the of the option sometimes is pretty, pretty cheap. So yeah, definitely as a option trader, definitely should check this because it's pretty nice. Okay, so I'm waiting for X and ZS. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the 196 to
ZS
break.
Is playing games
and I think of course, look.
He was playing games earlier today, man.
Yeah, no, but the game now is very small, because I just low my stop like 50 cents, so there's no much game, I think I'm putting my stop a little bit above the 9 EMA, so 50 cents, and if you want to play, you can play, but definitely, maybe it's a game, because it broke, it broke the 196, the 50. That level was huge. And what I don't see, the volume, that's I don't like, but still it looks okay. You know, it's going according to the plan and it's totally okay. So yeah, I'm done for today, guys. DVG, thank you, and have the rest of your day great. Thank you.
Right on. Thanks, Amir. Yeah, I'll probably be right behind Amir here on the day. Amazon pulling back a little bit. Don't mind holding this 212 level, but good news is we paid ourselves on the way up. Still holding Tesla. We took a partial on coin, so that's kind of on autopilot. If it moves against, we'll get out of that position. Seeing a small pullback here in the Qs. Nothing too major. We did print a new all-time high today, though, so that's also worth noting. Meta was absolutely on fire, printing a 608.23 all-time high today. Now pulling back about $4. There is some growing uncertainty with the actions taken in South Korea this morning. Goes back to kind of what I was mentioning with the mirrors. If you think about what happened on August 5th, it was all about the carry trade. And people were surprised about it. And it's like, well, like, if you don't understand foreign currencies and how it works, that's been something that's going on for a long time. You go where the money's cheap, go find yield elsewhere. It's nothing new. Another rising concern for me is there's talk of banks now increasing credit card rates. And right now, if you look at the level of consumer debt, it's literally like all-time highs. I mean, it's unbelievable. So if they're planning on increasing that, how many people are going to start defaulting on that, right? And so now we got to hone in on what's inflationary, right? People are like, oh yeah, consumer's strong. They're spending all this money. Yeah, on credit cards. We're seeing unemployment kind of hover what would be arguably like okay areas, but the cost of goods and services have gone up extremely. And if they're increasing those interest rates, guys, do the math. What does that look like? Right? Doesn't look good. So I get it. Right now, markets look healthy. Tremendous amount of liquidity, obviously, during COVID, and that pumped a lot of money into markets. And what I think is important, again, this is not to be a political thing, but it's important for people to note, like when everyone's like, hey, we want governments to print more money for us and take care of us, etc. That's not a good thing typically. And the reason being is, let's just say, for example, like a lot of people were getting checks from the government during COVID, understandably, right? It was a tough time for many folks. And in that time, though, think about where you're spending that money. You're spending that money at a Fortune 500 company. So, and who has typically more money invested in markets? Well, I'd say the folks that are a little bit more well-to-do. So naturally, what happens when you print more money, I'd say you're kind of making the rich richer in that sense. And so it's an interesting, I don't want to say fallacy, but when you understand markets, you understand money. It's an important aspect to get a grasp of. That it doesn't always mean that that's a good thing, because that'll create more inflationary components, right? You're pumping more liquidity in the system that's artificial. And anytime you have these artificial layers of inflation, take a look at 2008, right? That big inflationary component was housing. Now, real estate, good investment, cyclically long term. That said, a lot of people were using their homes, maybe buying 4 or 5 houses that they couldn't afford, but they were able to get a 1-month MTA, which is, basically like paying a minimum payment on a credit card. So you can own a $300,000 house for $700 a month, but you're basically adding that negative amortization on the back of your loan, hoping that your house goes up in value. And then when it didn't, well, we saw what happened. So these are kind of important things to understand, like as we're looking at, what's inflationary, what has an impact, how we're looking at numbers now. Like, I don't know, there's silly new ways that they're looking at, hey, what's a recessionary trigger, what's not. I call them silly just because there's like the fundamental side of things, but it's a different world now, right? You can look at empirical data to kind of help future forward-looking components, but fundamentals are fundamentals. If you have a consumer, which is the backbone of a lot of these companies, faltering, that could have an impact on profitability, on liquidity, and naturally markets. And where a lot of where a lot of this liquidity is being moved or used by these fund managers, they come from big endowments or 401ks and things of that nature. So we start seeing unemployment levels increase. 401ks are going to get tapped, right? I mean, granted, doesn't happen overnight. This is like you have to look at it from both sides, I suppose, right? Trade what you see, not what you feel. So if market's moving higher, obviously it makes sense to be long. Conversely, though, it's important to note, like when you see these adjustments or movements in markets, sometimes you'll hear it from the news, like, "Oh, this is the reason why. This is the reason why." Like, maybe not. Maybe not. That's all I'm saying. Not trying to promote quote unquote fake news and that whatever. This is not what this community is about. But it's just to be an informed investor and trader. The more you know, the more it helps. When it comes to trading, sometimes simple is easiest. Market's moving up, good. Let's go long. Market's moving down, good. Let's go short. But when we see these big adjustments in markets, it catches a lot of people flat-footed, and it's typically kind of too late. Now, granted, for us, we get to see the markets every day. But like when you start hearing your nothing against Uber drivers, love Uber drivers, but like when you hear your Uber driver telling you about how you need to buy the latest Litecoin, that's kind of my signal to start selling. When everybody is telling you that they understand stock markets, that's kind of when I take profits. But anyhow, I bring that up only because I mentioned that at Thanksgiving dinner. People were talking to me about stocks, and they find out what I do, and that they become a pundit or expert on particular names in markets and movements, etc. That's when I start scratching my head a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna probably give it about 50 cents above that, Rick. So right around maybe 353.5. That'd be my dump on the other half. I like the fact that we're in the 350s again. For a while, we couldn't even get in the 350s. So looking to see if we get some exuberance on the sell side, but seeing it kind of hold this 350, 352 area, I don't really like that. I mean, I want to see it go retest that low of day in the 348 area, then I'll dump, majority of that position and put it on autopilot. But considering how long I've been holding this position, to make a point on the thing, And the good news is we're green on the day. Coin helped add to the coffers a little bit. Apple took away some. I'm not counting SLB, CVX, or HD in the number today, just because those are going to be swing trades for me. Hope that helps, Rick. It goes back to rule number one. I talked about taking some off in the 348 print, and because I was trying to get a 347 print, it cost me a point to the other side, right? Got out in 349 and change. I can't believe with Meta. I mean, I was been talking about Meta for a while, and I'm like, man, maybe I should just go long this thing. It looks like, it's just a beast, stronger than anything else. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Oh well. Oh, nice. I didn't know you took the trade with me, Rick. Right on. Cool. Yeah, so long as we stay under this 200 EMA and the VWAP, I'm feeling okay. I didn't like this push over 352 and change, 352.67. It could easily turn against, which, be unfortunate. That would take some money out of the coffer today, but Amazon was a great trade, paid herself on the way up. Coin really worked out well. Now it's on autopilot, getting close to getting tagged out where, you know, I don't mind. Still a green trade. So for me, that's a lot of times what I'll do is if I'm leaving runners, I don't leave the stop on those runners to take away from my trade. So let's just say, I don't know, I'll use an example of $100. If I make $100 on a trade, I'll take a partial. Let's just say I bank that $100. For whatever those runners are, I might give it, I don't know, $60 depending on my tolerance on that particular stock. You know, something like Coin is a little bit more spready. So, you know, I don't mind giving back, let's say 60 of that 100. So I still net 40, if that makes sense. On the off chance that there is a continuation. But when I see price action and behavior, you know, looking bullish now on Coin, then I don't want to fight the tape, you know. Oftentimes people get stubborn and like, no, it has to keep going. No, it doesn't have to keep going. And what you know, it's kind of creating good trading hygiene, I would say, is being mindful of the levels, figuring out the math around it. When you do take a partial and you're like, cool, I'm going to let some of the runners go. Well, to what number? Obviously, you want it to continue higher if you're, let's say, long. But if it goes against you, like, where's your stop? So, and not to preach to you guys, right? Like, you guys are all great traders, but hopefully that makes sense, and hopefully it helps, because, you know, even Tesla today, yeah, this one I was a little bit stubborn on. So rather than take 3/4 off, I took half off on Tesla. Now, again, I'm not upset because I took profit, but in a normal trade, I would have taken 3/4, so that, like, frankly, it could go up to 355 and I'd still be okay. Now I'm more like, you know, 353.5. Now I'm starting to like give a little bit of money back, because I have half a position, right? So what else you guys watching? Anybody? Give it a couple more minutes here. Yeah, and even as an example too, the trouble with Coin, as I look at my journal, you know, I wanted to get in on that position, frankly, in the 311 print. That's where I wanted to be. It got to 311. I hit market order and literally got the worst fill. You guys heard about it live. I was off by a penny. The low of that particular candle was 310.57 was my fill, and it went down to 310.56. So someone else got it a cent lower than I did. Now, fortunately, it worked out in the trade. You know, had to be a little bit more patient than I wanted to be on this trade. But yesterday and today has been literally days of patience. Heck, we were talking about, what was that stuff we were just talking about? CS. You know, I had shorted that thing in that 198 area and started adding as we turned against, went up to 200. I was like, oh, I might have to get stopped out. I'll wait. Maybe 201 is where I get out. And unfortunately, we got tagged, and now it's doing exactly what I thought it would. So would I have held it to 203 or 202.73? No. So I don't really feel bad about that. But looking back, I would want to see how high we retest the tops. So I don't regret the position, but it could have been a potential, you know, second chance type trade. That's my takeaway on names like ZS. With Coin, you know, it's about getting more, and I'm pretty good about limit orders, but I wanted to get into that trade, and it cost me. You know what I mean? Like hitting a market order. Sometimes it's great when you have a 2-cent spread, or, you know, even a 10-cent spread. That's not going to really make or break you if you're trying to get into a position. You know, look at Nvidia right now. It's a 2-cent spread. Like, if you want in on that position, long or short, like 2 cents is going to really make or break you. But on Coin, it's a 50 to 90 cent spread, and sometimes even bigger than that. $1.40 sometimes I've seen it. Heck, in the early days, I've even seen like 3-point spreads on coin. But you know, to hit a market order when you're going short on a stock that's really pumping, you know, from 290, what was it, 296 at the open or so, moved up to 314. You know, that stock should have fallen apart based on just, you know, what the chart looks like. But you also look at the previous session. So what day is this? Friday. Friday started to build what was like a nice cup. We never got to that 315, 316 level. But if you go back, and we talked about cup and handles, you guys remember that. But that built a nice cup, and I'm looking at a 1 minute. Granted, you could look at it at 5 minutes, not as pretty, but on a 1 minute chart, that cup was starting to form and a small handle. The problem is we pulled back too far. We took out those lows, so that cup and handle is now broken. So now this is just like, you know, FOMO engagement, or like someone's committed to it, you know. So coin should have broke down. We saw that big breakdown of 292 pre-market, and to see it bounce, you know, 20 points, that's a huge move. So I was trying to get it, you know, on a scalp to the downside, because that's a big pump, which brought us kind of to where that top of the cup would be, right? And then is this now creating a handle? Well, it's not really a cup and handle anymore. It's just more of like a, you know, breakout level moves. So anyway, I digress. My rule on Apple, I will not be allowed to short Apple for the next 3 weeks. That's also going in the journal. I'm 0 for 7 shorting Apple. 0 for 7. It's not a good batting average. About to lose the rest of this coin trade. Almost there. 0957 is my stop there. Get tagged out of that. I'll leave the Tesla trade on. We still have Amazon running on autopilot, but that might do it for me today. I'll keep an eye on CVX. I've got some alerts there. I know 162 is a big level for CVX. So, you know, can we get the push over, I don't know, 165 and try 167? There's some contingencies there on price of oil, which as of last night was improving. So obviously going to hang on to this Tesla trade. Like to see anything in that 348 area. I'm going to be forced to take half off just because I don't want the exposure as I walk away for the day. And then coin, I already have my stop up there, 309.57. If that gets triggered, bummer. Amazon, I basically have at 211.35. So about 50 cents away from getting out of that position. Again, green trade though, so I can't complain. And then SLB, let's see what that's doing. It's just kind of sideways there at the 43.50. Totally makes sense. And then what's HD doing? Yeah, that's fine. Here comes the big break on Tesla. Let's see those sellers line up. There we go, 350 and 349. Let's go. Here come all the sellers, all the sellers. There's no way. Coin got to 309.55. My stop was 309.57. I thought for sure I was going to get tagged on that. Wow. Okay. I will leave those on autopilot. 303.64 is where I have, 90% of that position will be off in profit. A nice win if we get there. May end up losing this Amazon trade, which, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I am, Rick. I am long. He's asking, am I long CVX still? The answer is yes. That's a swing trade for me. So I'm long CVX and SLB for swings. That means it's smaller size. We start getting in around, where I started my position. I'm going to start to add to that position for a swing. And then I'm short HD. Same thing. That's more of a long-term hold. Shouldn't say long-term like it's a portfolio position, but it's a swing. So a swing can be a day, a week, a month, whatever. But I want to see if we get some follow through on HD to the downside. And then I'm actually watching GS. So GS is another one. I liked it at 610. It's kind of like I had a couple alerts going off this morning, but I was looking at other trades, and it's such an expensive stock that, I couldn't really put together a big enough position to be, consider it a trade. You know what I mean? But I am worried about banks right now. They're up at all-time highs-ish. But I'm just curious to see what happens. Like they're trying to make a mandate for all the big banks now to increase rates on credit cards. That's a big concern for me, anyways. What do I know? I'm not a market maker at the end of the day, but I got to imagine that's going to have bigger repercussions than anyone's talking about. And who knows? Maybe we'll start hearing about it in the next few days. In fact, it's funny. I was listening to one of these big channels, we'll say, and they were talking about IGV and the mid caps and small caps, and I was kind of chuckling to myself. I'm like, well, if you were part of the 44 trading community, you guys would have been well informed for the last 4 weeks. We got a big buyer on Tesla at 349.61. Let's see if we break that level. If we break that level, down we go. What else you guys watching? Anything? Still waiting for this breakdown on Tesla. May not happen. 350, big psychological level. Again, seeing 349.61. Someone only has like 2,000 shares there as a buyer. So if I see a seller into that, we should see it push lower now. They've upped the ante now to 3,100 shares, down at 349.61. So who was talking about footprints yesterday? Trying to remember. Similar concept, but I used my level 2 just kind of like as a more detailed look. You look around, you're seeing Meta pull back a little bit, which is not saying much because it printed an all-time high. See NVIDIA hanging out at 138 now. 140 was a level, then 139 was a level, now 138 is a level. So it's $1 here and there. Not going to end the world for NVIDIA, but still a pullback no less. And then we have Microsoft holding the VWAP at 430. You guys remember that was kind of a level I was eyeballing. What was that, yesterday, I think, if I wasn't mistaken. It took that long. It was my biggest winner. And I'll point out also on Amazon that 211.34 stop loss level. That's exactly why you have your levels marked out as a hard stop, because we didn't get tagged, but we got close. And if I would have panicked under the VWAP, under the 200, right, like we'd be out of that position. We got a nice bounce here into the 212 area, so now we should get a push higher on Amazon. At least try that 213 print. They've got some new press releases coming out talking about what they're doing with AI and new chips and data centers and things of that nature. So we'll probably see some people buying into that. And that's just, those are runners. So, move higher, great. We get stopped out, it's fine. We got paid on that trade anyway. Looking around here, I think someone was talking about Palantir up 5.4% today. I think that was our buddy Jim who took off for the day. Good for him. Made some money there. I do, full disclosure, have Palantir in my long-term portfolio. I think I own it like $12 maybe. I don't know. I'd have to look. So needless to say, we're doing okay on that position. Well, looks like we're going to probably be trading sideways to down. I mean, we could easily, we're like a 50-50 level here, guys. So I wouldn't be eager to, load up on anything just yet. Nothing I see anyways. Just kind of looking around to see if I see anything worth trading right now, because it looks kind of sideways. Yeah, Rick, around there. I mean, I'd love to see a low of day get tested again. So anywhere in the 348 print, but 350 is such a big psychological level. Every single time we get around there, you find a buyer that just shows up for, whether it's 100 shares, 30 shares, 60 shares, whatever, just to show some interest there. Like right now, we just saw 400 shares, 500 shares, 800 shares show up right at $350. So, buyers are trying to move towards that number, but like I said, I'm looking for that break under 349.60. Like there was a big buyer at 349.61, about 3,100 shares. They're gone now. So I don't know where those shares are going to move to, but maybe in that 349 area. So let's see what happens. But Also, what I'm seeing a lot of, even on a name like Tesla, instead of, you'll see these flash numbers. So you 3,100 shares, let's say, right? And then what I'm seeing is like they'll split it up. So they'll buy 200 here, 300 there, 400 there, 900 there, 800 there, to just build that position in that dollar cost. Because to fill at 3,100 shares there, you may not get a seller immediately, and if you do, then you risk taking the bottom out. So that could be one thing. Like we saw that kind of all day with Tesla. I saw a big seller at 354 and I think 354.30 area, and then more people sold into that, right? So, and that's right around the time we were taking advantage of the move. But a lot of the buying that we saw off the bottom at 348.20, that wasn't just like one person buying 100,000 shares. It was, 3 to 600 shares at a time. Now, it's not a perfect science, but kind of rule of thumb. It takes 100 shares on the bid or ask to move it to where that price is. It's not always the case, because you get some big, like a tape bomb to the upside or downside. That could change things because you basically just buy all the liquidity. You see that, during earnings and such, because people will have their position for sale or to buy in those areas. They'll just buy up every single outstanding share in that position. So, but during open market hours like we are now, it usually takes about 100 shares to move a price to a certain number. So oftentimes, if you watch your level 2, you'll see like 1 share, 2 shares, 30 shares, 20 shares, 50 shares, 60 shares. Well, those all add up, and that'll move your price accordingly. So again, it's not a perfect science, but it's worth noting. Like if you buy 10 shares at 349.50 on Tesla, let's say right now, you could still get wiped out. It has to be like 100 shares to kind of print that number. Like I said, cue the disclaimer. Not a perfect science, but it's just something to kind of estimate, especially in these high liquidity type names. You could argue like in a penny stock, that valuation is not the same, because there is an actual science to it. But your float matters, valuation matters. But the big names like we trade normally, it's a good rule of thumb. 100 shares. All right, guys, I'm gonna get ready to wrap it up here. Before I do, questions, stocks you're looking at before I head out. We've got coin on autopilot. I may get tagged out of that. I don't know. We'll see. Those are runners at this point. We've got Amazon on autopilot. Tesla's kind of on autopilot. I'll be keeping an eye on it. As far as CVX and SLB go, again, if I see it really dip in the next day or so, I may reevaluate, reposition, take a small loss. But I don't mind holding them for a little bit longer. Let's see, where's HT at? Yeah. And normally if I was like day trading HD, I would have been out at the 423 print and, pay yourself first, all this other stuff. But this is kind of where I'm trying to get better. Seeing it move 2 points against me after watching it today, get down to 423 again. I don't want this to be a double bottom on HT. So if we break that 423 level, all that's telling me is that that floor is no longer valid, and we will get the move I'm looking for. That said, if we do start seeing another 430 print, I could be in big trouble on this HD swing trade. Which again, I don't mind. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to grow. It's sometimes uncomfortable to grow, but embrace it. Embrace what you may not be comfortable with. Sometimes, like, I'm taking a little bit of risk here. I could lose some money here, but that's okay. Part of me is trying to test, like, okay, maybe my sizing was off, maybe my timing was off, maybe, right? So just trying to get better at some of this stuff at the end of the day, like the rest of us, right? No such thing as a perfect trader, but if I can be well equipped in my arsenal to hold trades longer and reap the benefit of a move. Say, for example, like Microsoft, my target was 430 yesterday. I ended up getting, taking advantage of most of the move, but I was taking partials all the way up, and I missed maybe, I don't know, 3 points or so up to 433. Now, would I have tagged it perfectly at the top? Probably not. But it's just kind of mentally for me, like if I know I have a target, get the target, and then let some dance. And I didn't yesterday on Microsoft, which I don't want to say it's a lesson learned, but as I'm journaling, it's I could have taken advantage of an additional 3 points. Not going to cry over it, but it's one of those things where swing trading, you could take advantage of a bigger move that as a trader, you're kind of taking points. You know what I mean? Like coin right now, 309.57 was my stop. I'm still in it, and we're definitely green on that trade, even though it's runners. But now I want to see the close. So I've got my next partial already out there, in the 303 print. So if we get there, great. Take some money. Tesla, same thing. If I see a 348 print coming up here, kind of going to be forced to at least take another half off my position. So in essence, it would have been my 3/4 out of the position anyway from before. The good news is we're getting a better print now than on my initial partial, but that could change in a blink, Rick, as you know. But we're so close. We're, within a point of the low of day. Can we get it on Tesla? Maybe. I don't like that the Qs are kind of holding up and the SPY is trying to hang on to 603. And you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of factors here. But I'm tempted to, call it a day. I don't want to be greedy. Tomorrow's another day. I'm not getting a big move that I wanted to initially. So I don't mind taking half off right here. That's fine. So I'll leave a quarter and on Tesla. Didn't get the break. Maybe it happens now. At least I got a quarter, size position that I don't mind, I'm actually going to put it up now. My stop loss will be up at 354 and let's do 68, 354.68. So can't really lose on the trade now. But now I have the peace of mind. Hey, printed a green day. I've got coin moving now. All good. All good things. All right, y'all. Well, put in some overtime today. Hopefully it's appreciated. But I do appreciate all y'all. And I will see you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.